Ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to start off in a weird place. Just bear with me for a sec. It's weird every now and again having the mind of a janitor, which has nothing to do with this, but it's weird every now and again having the mind of an accountant. Because as an accountant, you look at things as like in slightly a different way. I don't know how to describe this, so I'm just going to give you this specific example. So I need a bunch of coins to be able to buy the level unlocks to be able to unlock World 9 in order to be able to show off all the content, right? Cool. Each coin costs 50, or each orb costs 50. So I need 50 per world I don't finish the Kong level on. And I thought about, while I was off camera, I could go ahead and go do some, go some grinding and go ahead and farm up some Kong coins. But I thought about it. Every successful Kong level I do effectively purchases myself 50 coins, because that is now 50 coins I do not have to spend. Make sense? So if I'm able to successfully do a Kong level, that's actually much faster grinding than, trying to push through. Like, think about the amount of time. Let's say it takes me 5 minutes to get through a Kong level. I can't get 50 coins in 5 minutes, right? What I can do in 5 minutes. You can buy items. There's items to avoid deaths from drops. There's items to avoid deaths from losing health. There's... Oh, God, I don't remember what else. Hang on. That's true, Blade Tabal. That is the presumption. So I can buy lives. I can buy... there's the fall thing. There's the thing that makes the minecart or the rocket barrel invincible. There's makes me invincible. There's an extra health. There's something to help me find puzzle pieces. And there is a spare DK thing. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it, President Clown. So anyways, I haven't done all of them. I didn't have a chance to do all of them. I don't remember which one this one was. But I also reviewed 1 and 2 while we were there. I gave both levels negatives because they suck. For different reasons, too. The second one's all about gotcha. Ah, the spike level. Did I finish this stage? Hmm. And the first stage is just way too long for what it is. I can actually point to exactly how much longer it is than it should be, too. It is longer by about 33%. The whole stage is divided into 3 sections, and it should have chopped off after the second section. Now, I'm probably not going to manage this now, because I'm streaming. No, for real. It is a known concept that people perform worse when other people are watching. It's something speedrunners have to deal with constantly. Especially at a marathon setting. That's why they call that marathon setting. That's why they have concepts like marathon strats. I love the inventiveness of some of the spikes here. I really do. I like the colors too. The red and purple thing. Whoops. Pay attention, Locke. I mean, if I'm ever going to be good enough to review Sonic 3, I need to be able to do my homework here. That's probably death. Once again, the stage is just too damn long. I don't even know how much further I had through that. Oh, Tropical Freeze is crazy. I'm not 100%ing that one again. I think I've proven my chops in that one plenty. I'm mostly doing this just to show off the stages. Although, that is an interesting question. I need to look into that. See if my save still exists on my Switch, too. Because it should, right? Like, all that stuff ported over. At least it should have. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Oh, that's... unpleasant. Teach me to scratch my nose. One more try. Cool. I don't really care if I beat them. Like I said, I'm just trying to show off the levels. But as usual, I think this is a little bit too long for a stage with no checkpoints. I know some people like that as a form of difficulty, and I'm just never going to agree with that. Hang on. Let's just reset. I mean, it's not like the level design is a cakewalk, but yeah, the issue here is the lack of checkpoints. Worst part is I've gotten hit at the same spots almost every attempt now. The problem is that. I'm gonna go ahead and walk away from this. So the stage sucks. Negative to gameplay. Moving on. For the same reason, all of these are negative to gameplay. Okay. Package jewels. Have we unlocked 5 yet? Yes, we just did. We haven't even tried it yet, so let's try this. Hey, Wolverine. Okay. What? Yeah, I'm not actually 100% sure what happened there. Yeah, like, that's it, right? No, we're not even close to done. And I have 1 health, so Yeah, there it is. Okay, hang on. Let's... Give me a second. Maybe Rax? Like, that was pretty strange. Apparently the 3DS version, which the support of, did have several issues which they patched in. So thanks for that, whoever did that port. Who did do that port? Does anyone look that up? Because I'm not sure if Nintendo handled that in-house or not. I took a look. Monster Games? I've never even heard of them. Okay, one real attempt at this. Just the one. Mostly known for NASCAR stuff. Got it. So, nobody of the level of quality of, like, Aspyr or anybody else who does, you know, good ports and good remasters. Unlike Ross over there, he does terrible ports. I mean, I hear he personally made Lufia 2R. Mean. Ooh. See, that probably should have been the end of the level right there. Now we gotta start all over. And that's the issue with the mid-mission checkpoint in a nutshell. It's like, well, start over from scratch. Sure, game. Blast and bounce. Yes, Wolverine, 100%. And thank you for the sub, Ross. I suppose you know the question, so let's see. I'll put it towards Expedition 33. Not playing Expedition 33. And never playing Expedition 33. And 13 seconds. Thank you. As always. Okay, so, boss time. I think the game could stand a couple of negatives. It's doing pretty well so far. I will say, I found... This is kind of going back to what Rax said, although they've probably left by now. Tropical Freeze felt much harder, but I was much more frustrated with returns. Hi, Jackson. What is that? So now we have a flute, bagpipe thing. I don't know. It's some kind of woodwind instrument. Yeah, something to kill with a fire. That's where we're at. And it's electrifying. Of course it is. Oh, that's mean. Okay. Okay. We haven't even hit the frickin' factory level yet, World 7. Okay. Thank you for having a Vuln phase that allows... Oh, what? 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 No, I jumped on you! I jumped on you! That's the rule! You broke the rule! You bastard! That was a long-ass period of vulnerability, but I just didn't seem to actually hit him properly. Sure, I accept. I accept. So yeah, it looks like the moonlight, or sunlight, whatever that is what calms it. There we go. No! I suppose it also makes sense. This was Retro's very first platformer ever. No joke, this is actually going to get the first game tag, because it is. Which means there are 2 games from Retro that are going to get the first game tag. The other one being Metroid Prime, of course. I don't think Kong cares as long as he gets his bananas. Oh, they're mind controlling someone. Oh. Oh, I guess I should do something about that. Speaking of hard difficulty. The cliff. Oh, the cliff. This and World 8 are the 2 worlds I remember the least positively, so we'll see how this works out. I do own red ties. They're in storage. Almost all my stuff is in storage. Most of my clothing. All of my, like, extra stuff, like all the set design stuff, it's all in storage. I mean, I would agree, Rex. Especially with 3D Land, which is a 2D platformer, no matter what it says in the title. At least 3D World has a few 3D-ish sections. 3D Land is completely undebatable. Literally 5 feet from a checkpoint. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, I will have successfully moved and have access to all my stuff before I play Bonanza. It's kind of a no promises sort of a situation. I gotta spray paint the cartridge that I have. Definitely. Is Donkey Kong 64 on the Switch Online? What? The most in-depth platformers? Do you mind defining in-depth for me so I can answer properly? If we're talking skill ceiling, then holy crap. Yeah, we'll see, Blitzball. We shall see. Get this tar off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me. How do I get the tar off of me? There we go. It's not in the NSO. Oh, of course it isn't. Microsoft owns it. Sort of. So I'll hit each of these individually. So best level design, just bar none for a platformer. Mario Wonder. Let's just include that. Get that out of the way. So runner-up with regards to just level design. I haven't reviewed it yet, but I do feel like Tropical Freeze would be up there. I am told Sonic 3 would be up there. I haven't reviewed that one either. I played that one. Yoshi's Island would be very, very, very high up there. I actually didn't play much of Mania either. Just gonna skip that guy entirely there. Look, I don't hate Sonic, I just hate Sonic games. Wait. All I'm saying is the first Sonic game I really liked was Colors. In my defense, I did play Sonic 06. Yes, that's right. I'm one of the 5 people in the world who has actually played that game, not merely seen it be memed on the internet. I haven't reviewed it yet. I was actually wondering if you meant 06 or Colors. What is that zebra doing? Sonic 02 is yet another example of a game that, well, has Sunshine Syndrome. I'm just gonna say that. Like so many other games. Honestly, including this one. Like, wait until we hit World 8, and you're gonna be like, oh, what is this nonsense? I will give Sonic 2 this. I almost said Sonic 02. For me, the part of that game being awful is right at the end. The moment you hit Metal Sonic, it's like, yeah, I'm good. I miss the G. Why would they have a murder fortress? Don't they have like a pamper place? But that's pretty far in. That's a lot of good gameplay. However, I'm also going to admit that I barely remember most of Sonic 2. Stop calling it Sonic 02 lore. Was there a Sonic game that came out in 2002? If so, which one? The Sonic Mega Collect. For real? Is that it? That's a valid question, Chill Penguin. I guess I just don't enjoy it. Having to effectively scout a platformer before I can actually play it just isn't enjoyable to me. That's just all there is to that. Anyway, Sonic games are great. Ostensibly. Well, that's true, Blade Jamal, but at the same time, it's also extremely wrong. In a Hitman game, what I can do is I can wing it, for lack of a better way to put it, and just bulldoze my way through it and bullcrap it if I really want to. If you say so, Rex. I don't know. I hesitate to talk too much in depth about a series I've never really played. I'm just going off of pretty vague memories. In fact, honestly, my biggest memories about Sonic are playing Mania and not enjoying it, and then trying to figure out why. And the answer I just gave you is my biggest answer for that. I don't even know if that's actually the answer, it was just what I came up with. To be clear, that's a very what's wrong with me kind of perspective. That is entirely possible, Blade Devil. I do not know. There it is. It's too slow last time. You know what? Exactly, Chill Pangolin. I can wing it in a Sonic game. By going slowly. That's exactly the issue I was having with Mania, right there. I'd have to be like, okay, hang on. In the interest of fairness, I had that exact same problem with Sonic Colors, too. They'll be like, yeah, this is awesome. Reflexes, reaction time. Oh, hang on. Stop. Do a jumping puzzle. Stop. Take your time. Slow down. Okay, continue. Yeah, Sonic 1, that one I don't think is going to score super well, to be quite honest. Sonic 2 probably will actually score decently. I would be shocked if Sonic 2 doesn't score well. I've never even touched Sonic 3, so I don't know about that. And I honestly don't remember what else is on the list. As far as the 2D block. Yeah, I've never even touched CD. For the longest time, I thought CD was a port of 1 on the Sega CD, and didn't realize it was its own game. Damn it. But yeah, I would be shocked if Sonic 3 did not also sell well based on what everyone in the universe tells me about it. Not just you, Rex. Everyone praises Sonic 3. I've actually played Sonic Spinball. I hated that. I feel comfortable giving that opinion because I really did not enjoy that. If that's the one I'm thinking of. It's the one that's like kind of a level, but mostly it's like pinball, but like the level is pinball, and oh my god, I hated it. It was so weird and awkward. I just... And that stained Sonic forever. I'm kidding. No, the one me and my friend used to play all the time was 2. And here's the thing. I don't know how good 2 actually is, because we always played with the cheat to turn yourself into Super Sonic, like, in World 1, or whatever. So I haven't played Sonic 2 legit in an extremely long period of time. That was a dropped input. Well, see, that's an interesting one, because I think I'm the outlier on both. I think there is one truly great Donkey Kong Country game, and it's the next one we're playing. Not this one. Like, we're already past the line where a lot of people would probably give up on this game, and I don't blame them. Not counting Bonanza. Jump! Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. Something that would instantly improve these levels is by giving you a freaking health bar. Just like Star Fox Adventure. Damn it. Oh no, I did it. Oh my god. And then I failed. I thought I failed, so I stopped having my hands on the controllers. I beat Sonic Adventure back in the day, and I remember it really badly. I remember hating that game, but I stuck with it all the way through it. I actually want to review it someday to see if it's as bad as I remember. And no, for the record, I didn't hate it because it wasn't a Star Fox game. I distinctly have memories of getting stuck at multiple elements of the collectathoning, because, for those of you not aware, you have to collectathon your face off in that game. Like, there are so many things to collect in Star Fox Adventures. How the hell do I get that? Star Fox Adventure. Did I say Sonic Adventure? I'm sorry. I blame the minecart level. Ah, there we go. That's how I get it. So, I'll give the minecart levels this. They're certainly inventive. I might have just said adventure, sorry. Oh well. Sorry. So yeah, to be clear, I meant Star Fox Adventures. But I want to review that game someday to see how it holds up. I still own it. I've had it since it was new. Because it was Star Fox, of course I bought it as the moment it came out. Same thing with Assault. Wait, people think Assault is bad now? I have quite fond memories of Assault. It's cheesy and terrible, and yet fun on the gameplay axis. What's not to like? Oh, okay. Oh, there's something I didn't even point out. You can tell which world you're on. Like, I don't know, they didn't have to do this. Because the game over screen specifically shows the instrument for whatever the boss is for your world. I actually liked the on-foot sections of Assault. Now, it's worth noting, my opinion on Star Fox is irrelevant. Because not only did I actually enjoy Command, or what? No. Not only did I enjoy Zero, but I did not enjoy Command. There we go. Make sure I get that correct. That would be Assault and Adventures, Rain 36. Who built this place, and why is it falling apart? You know, I still haven't played Star Fox 2. I've had access to a extremely legal copy of it for a long time. I never sat down and actually bothered. And of course I have it on this thing. Oh dude, who doesn't like Star Fox 64? Real talk for a second. Like, I know we all have differing opinions and perspectives, and that's not only fine, it's actually a good thing, but who doesn't like Star Fox 64? This is when someone in chat's saying, well, you know. I don't know why I always default to the Ferengi voice. I apologize. You know. I don't like Star Fox 64 because it's a terrible, terrible game. That sucks. What's wrong with you, Laura? Why do you like terrible games? Well, you see, when I was a child, I was bitten by a terrible game. And a terrible game killed my parents right in front of me. Not on that day I became Turbo Game Man. Sorry, I'm gonna shut up. What do you want from me here? There we go. It's like, I know you want me to go back here, game. Oh yeah, I absolutely hate Hollow Knight. You can tell because it got over 100 golden number, which is officially the point at which a game is actually great and not merely good. And I hate Super Mario Bros. 3 so much. Like, oh my god, I want it to die. I want everyone who likes Super Mario Bros. 3 to die, because that's how much I hate platformers. I mean, Super Mario Bros. 3. Ooh, okay. Whoa, that was strange. Whatever. I did play the wrong version. One of those little for me things I want to do in the background someday, with all that incredible amount of spare time I have, is replay the SNES version with an analytical eye. See how it feels. Because the SNES version was the version I played the most back in the day. All-Stars. Especially once my mother forced me to get rid of my NES. I think so, Jim Palmer. I think it's on the NSO, if that's what you're talking about. Huh. Oh, so I do still have my original NES, hang on, pause. I have all my original SNES stuff. I have Final Fantasy 1, Super Mario Bros. 1 plus Duck Hunt, and Super Mario Bros. 3, as well as my original NES. Those are the only things that have survived my childhood. Everything else is something I rebought later on, before the speculation market just exploded. Oh, come on! I actually feel really fortunate that I just decided to do that one day because, you know. Yeah. A new Duck Hunt could certainly be interesting. Yes, whatever you do, don't blow in the cartridge. All you're doing is lowering the lifespan of the console, the cartridge, by doing that. What? Yeah, and actually, all it ever did was reduce the quality of the metal connector things I don't know the name of. And of course, there's moisture in your breath, so there are other much cleaner ways to help. A Q-tip is a better job than that. This isn't a Mandela effect. This is just we know more because time has marched onwards. Yeah, compressed air. That's another one. Oh, I see. I didn't even see this stupid thing that's right above me. I must have bonked my head on it. I'm blind. Yeah, isopropyl's another good one. I've actually used that myself. A little isopropyl on a Q-tip. Bananas are live, or yeah, are lives in this game. 100 bananas is a life. But you're right. I should give a positive for the bananas, Jay Palmer. Good point. So let me jot that down before I forget. Yes, positive for bananas, or to be slightly more accurate, how bananas are used. This is actually a semi-common positive. I think Super Mario Bros. 1 is the first game, literally, actually the first innovator for this concept, but most games have done that since Doom did this, for God's sakes. It's when you put little pickups to help the player kind of see where they can go and what they can do. So, careful indicators of bananas, or presence of bananas, or whatever, is a good way to be like, hey, you can go this way. Stuff like that. In a game like Doom, for example, it can also be an indicator of where you've already been. So it can help with navigation. Yeah, exactly, Chill Pangolin. I've seen some games do it very well, you know, multiple positive situation. And I've seen games do it not at all. And let me tell you, it's jarring when you play one that doesn't do it at all. It's like, oh, right. Followed by this. I will still recommend Ori and the Blind Forest 1. Oh, it's a stopgap, Jay Palmer. It's arguably foolish. Because, you know, it's like trying to hold back a river by throwing down sandbags. But as anybody will tell you, you don't throw those sandbags to stop the river, you do those to slow it down. So, we'll see. Yes, Kenix Cow. This is the Switch 2's Trial by Banana. And yes, live should be a toggle. A game we just played has that, DuckTales Remastered, which I didn't even realize until I looked more into it. It is not Blades of All, and the reason why is because, in my opinion, Super Mario Bros. 1, while it did innovate the concept, didn't do enough with it to qualify for a positive. Now, Mario 3 should have gotten that positive. But if it didn't, then I'm a moron. I remember this level badly for some reason. I don't remember why. I remember being here a hot minute. Why do you hate me, Jay Palmer? I think this is it right here. I think I was just having depth perception issues with this. Especially on the 3DS version. Let me tell you, there's several things that were like, oh man, we can't wait to roll this out on the 3DS version. To show off our 3D. Yeah, I'll accept that. There's a health up right here. That's a good question. Can someone look that up? How much are the DK bongos right now? I imagine it's at least a penny. Oh no, the 3D was not good. Probably because the game wasn't designed around it to begin with, so they were just kind of being like, here, put this in the background. Paint, paint, paint. That's actually not too bad. Deeper than I was expecting. Why is his neck so spiky? Also, how are the dinosaur bones moving on their own? Or are we just straight up accepting necromancy at this point? No, Jay Palmer. Oh, this is a bad idea. Yeah, no, that was a terrible idea. Oh, Jesus, that was an awful idea. Or it was the only idea? You gotta be kidding me. This is the intended path forward. Wow, okay. I was in the wrong spot. What in the world? And there's no barrel. There's no barrel pickup before doing a section where you could use some extra health. Hang on, surely like one of these has a barrel. Surely, surely, surely. No? Okay. Cool. Okay. What's the story of this game? Well, we don't actually know yet. All we know is there's these weird things called Tikis who, for whatever reason, have decided to steal our banana horde. And they are mind-controlling all of the, whatchamafigs, animals of the island in order to do their nefarious bidding. But they haven't actually revealed why yet. That will not be revealed until the very next world. But yeah, some fools start to steal our bananas, and they're gonna find out why that was a terrible idea. Yeah, we're about to genocide their whole species, and that's not actually a joke. Seriously, is this just what I'm supposed to do? Am I supposed to just navigate the crack? Okay, there was one slightly bigger gap. Did you see that? There it is, right there. Jesus. Whatever. Uh-huh. Yep, that's fair and cool. That's a thing. I mean, World 7 of 8, J. Palmer. That's kind of far in. I don't know how to get through this section without getting hit, too. Like, I've yet to manage that. There's no save stating. There's no nothing. There's no cheats. My only solution... Damn it, it was 4, not 3. Is to just do it. God damn it. That guy is right there just to waste your health, too. Oh, yeah, no, the level design is going to even get worse. Wait until you get to World 8, Blightfall. World 8 is... I'm not looking forward to World 8. Let me just put it that way. Oh no, they took my bananas, literally. My bananas. Only one person on this island is allowed to have bananas. Some of the earlier levels are legit. I've got a lot of level positives down there, which I stand behind, but if you pay attention to the trend there... that is so bullcrap. You'll notice that that's trending downwards in terms of density of how many levels get positives. How many level positives per world, actually. Yeah, this should be it. And yeah, speaking of memorization... By the way, you probably didn't see it, but the roof was falling on me, so if I waited probably about 2 more seconds, I would have died. Yeah, I actually think that's a bad level. I think that's our first bad level. It's not a Kong level. Like, placement was wrong, the gap was off, and non-indicative. It required too much memorization, it didn't have the pacing it needed to have. It was like, go, 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 stop. Go, 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 stop. No. Later on in World 7, there actually is a stop-go level, but it's the whole gimmick of the entire level is stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. And that's how you can do that kind of a pacing. Instead of just that nonsense. Anyways, I think for the sake of sanity, we'll go ahead and spend a couple of coins here. Nope, 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 nope. Don't buy that. No. Depends on the level, J. Palmer. Just filling out our inventory here. There we go. Okay. So far we've had one good one, which I believe was World 3. Yep, I'm right. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Or, sorry, 1, 2, 4, and 5 are all bleh. 3 was legit, actually. Go figure. They like wind, right? How do they challenge you? Well, first they walk up to you and they're like, alright, listen. Your mother. And that's all they say. So, we do know several things about the level design of this game, because there's actually a lot of behind-the-scenes interviews from Tanabe, Miyamoto, and the team at Retro. What is going on in the background? Look at that. What is all that? Why is it, like, precariously perched? How is that staying up? Whatever. Anyway, so... the team figured out the engine, figured out the platforming, figured out the mechanics, the itemization. A lot of the visuals were designed. Almost all the music was designed. And they only have one thing left to do. Make the demo. So they made the demo for the E3 that year. I believe that was the 2010 E3. Don't quote me. It was either that or the 2009 E3. But either way, the E3 right before the game came out. So you're on look. And then they were like, all right, so what are we missing? Oh, right. Levels. This is on the Wii, originally. So what happened after that is described as, I think the exact wording was troubled. You know, I'll put it up on my computer. Easier to read it here. I found a wonderful interview about this. Hey, Jim Whisperer. I don't know Halo 2's cycle, but I wouldn't doubt it. Bash, 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 bash. It was 2010's E3. When was this game released? November 2010. Well. Yeah, Iwata actually got involved, and you know that's a bad sign, because he's a coder at heart. And they ended the final stretch, added some new ideas, really had to get the levels pushed out. Tanabe actually had to take a week off due to back pain, and the team worked overnight for several months in order to get the game pushed out. Yeah. There it is. I found the exact number. 70. So E3 is July, right? I think. Oh god, I should look that up. Hang on. Let me get exact numbers. E3 2010. Blah, 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 blah. Hang on. So this one was actually specifically June. It was mid-June. So between mid-June and the release in November, they had to make 70 levels. I don't know what else to add to that. It's also probably why most of these levels don't really pop. If you've been noticing, I've given quite a few level positives, but it's usually like one positive for the entire stage. Very rarely has a stage impressed me enough to qualify for more than one positive. Never mind specific elements of stage design. Speaking of someone who's reviewed a lot of platformers at this point in time, this is, relatively speaking, bad, right? Like, a game like this should be getting multiple pluses per level, like something like Sonic 3 probably will, something like Yoshi's Island did, something like Mario Wonder did. Something like, hopefully, Tropical Freeze will. But in hindsight, that makes perfect sense if we consider the fact that, you know, they were shoving out levels probably on a per-day basis at this point. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Engine's already designed. Pay attention more. Engine was already designed. Game Maker was already put together. No crunch. Just here, make the best game you can, and then we got Tropical Freeze. I forget, you've played Tropical Freeze, right, Rex? Okay, I was just wondering. I don't remember everything. Ugh, way too slow. Well, we can math that out. We could literally average that out. So let's assume they were making stages until, let's say about a month, I'd say, before the game launched. Because remember, they have to, you know... Hi, Princess Trunks. They have to actually, you know, print the disc and finalize and go gold and all that fun stuff. So, that means that... they had about 3 months. So, let's estimate about 90 days to make 70 games. Or 70 levels, excuse me. 70 levels. 70 games, oh my god. There we go. I figured I should just go for that. Yeah, about 1.25 a day. That is actually bonkers to think about. That is legitimately insane. 1.25 levels a day. Oh, wow, Rex. Yeah, that'll be fun to look into when I get there. I love hearing about a lot of the behind the scenes on stuff like this. For example, I don't know if you heard it when we were going through DuckTales Remastered, but did you know that one of the only reasons that WayForward Games got put on the map in terms of being a game developer and getting access to you know, contracts and licensed games and stuff like that was because of Resident Evil 6. Not a joke. Yeah, it did go out. That stalled me for a second. For those of you who haven't heard that story, I'll repeat it very, very briefly. Capcom went so all in on making Resident Evil 6 that they had locked in... They hired a whole bunch of new developers and had most of their studios working on it. The only studios that weren't were working on a couple of other things, like Dragon's Dogma and I forget the third one. They even started... So they started farming out titles. One of the games they found out was DMC. The other one was DuckTales Remastered because Capcom didn't want to sleep on that. Disney had been screw you video gaming industry for about 20 years at that point. And so, or 15 years, excuse me, 15 years at that point. And so when Disney reached out to Capcom saying, hey, let's make a game again, Capcom was like, yes! And so they really wanted to make DuckTales Remastered, but Capcom didn't have anybody. They were all working on Resident Evil 6 or Dragon's Dogma. So it's like, okay. And one of the development staff had played one of the Shantae games. I believe it was the second one, the one of the GBA. So they reached out to WayForward Games and said, hey, do you want to make DuckTales Remastered? WayForward said, sure, and it was a smash success. Everyone loved it, and that put WayForward Games on the map. Go figure. So, WayForward got pushed forward by Resident Evil 6. Probably Chill Pangolin. I noticed that too. Because, yeah, there's no design to it. It's just... yeah, it's padding the word count. You put it better than I ever could. By the way, hi, Lunaruth. Sorry, I didn't say hello. Yeah, they should have remade Darkwing Duck. They should have remade Rescue Rangers. Both were games that I remember being good. We'll see when we get to the NES block. If they actually are good. This looks safe. This is safe. Why is this cliff falling apart? Yeah, Aladdin, Lion King, while we're on the subject. Both of those are beloved games. All 5 of the games I just mentioned are beloved games. And they were just like, no. We're Disney. I wasn't even able to narrow down which executive pushed for DuckTales Remastered. Although, my theory, because of how these things work, I bet it was the same executive who ended up pushing the DuckTales, whatever it's called, the show. The remake. And DuckTales Remastered was like the proof of concept. Because that's how that usually works, right? One asshole in a suit says, this is going to work, but I need some kind of ammo to argue against the other assholes in suits. So they put forth one project to prove their proof of concept, so they can then get the actual project they want going. Why is this place falling apart? Chill Pangolin, what did you do to this place? Wait a minute. Chill Pangolin. Are you in the next game? Are you a Snowmad? You know what would be unironically funny, and the kind of thing I would expect from a later retro title, is if all of this literally was being caused because the rest of the Kongs are just smash-facing everything. Like, this is just, this whole place is crumbling because the Kongs will not stop being like, bam, 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 everywhere. Yeah, Disney, I've never understood their anti-video game bias. I mean, sorry, let me walk that sentence back. I've never understood their bias against actual video games, because they love farming their crap out to mobile garbage. There are several concurrent Star Wars and Disney Princess mobile games right now. But like, actual games? Do you know how much Disney charges in licensing fees? Oh yeah, and Marvel. Thank you for reminding me. Do you know how much Disney charges in licensing fees just to make a Star Wars game? Because they think they can get away with it. I'll give you a hint. It's a lot. Oh, shoot. 150 something, I think, Ross. Give me a sec, I'll tell you exactly. Oh, absolutely, Jay Palmer. Disney hasn't stopped being a law firm, I think, since before I was born. Why did I say 150? I meant 62. There are 62 songs in the Zero playlist. Yeah, I've noticed that, Chill Pangolin. Where the hell is Funky? Cranky's barely there. Diddy's there. Where's Candy? Where's Dixie? Where are the Kongs? Why did you get rid of my Go Faster button right before a chase sequence? No, I don't know exactly when Disney started being a law firm. I know it's been a while, though. I should look into that sometime. I can't make that jump. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go and accept death then. Kill me. Yeah, no funky mode for this very remaster for the Switch. Hang on, where's my inventory? Where's my inventory? Where's my inventory? I'll show it off when we get to Tropical Freeze. It's a form of an easy mode. I personally actually think that Cranky is easier. But my niece loved playing as Funky when we would co-op play this. Oh, you're kidding, Chill Pangolin. Okay. This game does have co-op. Along with an interesting bug, which I kind of can't test properly, so I'm just going to assume is in the game. If I don't have any other controllers. Oh, you know what I could do? I'll do that. I'll do that. Which game, Arspruce? I didn't roll, if you were wondering what just happened there. Yeah, I was gonna say, Mega Man and Ted had everybody. Playable, even. There we go. Lives. You know what? I will take that. Hello again, Princess Trunks. Trunks, excuse me. Hope your day is going well. Oh, absolutely. This game was being made concurrently with Mario Galaxy 2. To give you a little bit of an idea of when this was being made in the Nintendo era. I have argued that Odyssey was the first time Nintendo started caring about story again. I'm sure that's actually not 100% accurate. I'm sure you could narrow it down more than that, but at the very least, by Odyssey, they started giving a crap about story again. When do they stop? Mario 64. No joke. Now, you could argue that. You could argue that in several directions. But Mario 64 was definitely the beginning of the end of them giving a crap about story. Because a lot of their games prior to then had some kind of narrative thread or connection point between each other. Mario 64 had nothing to do with anything. It was just Mario, Princess, Bowser. It was Mario 1 again, in terms of narrative. Now, the Zeldas don't really qualify. I'm just going to say that. None of the Zeldas qualify for this clarification. Because even during the no story era, every Zelda had some kind of story focus. That was something that was consistent. Aonuma pushed back against that. Tanabe pushed back against that. Everyone was like, no, there has to be some kind of story. Galaxy 1, they tricked them into getting story into Galaxy 1. I love that interview, by the way, if you ever read it. If you haven't read it, you should go read it. Sunshine, I'll actually give you Sunshine. But I think Sunshine was kind of an exception. Especially given how rushed of a development it was. I still say 64 was the beginning of them not caring about story. Now, I actually agree with Hardboiled One. I think New Super Mario Bros. On the DS was probably officially the no really, we're walking away from story phase. What year was that? What year was New, the original? No, Ben Beatty. That's a commonly misreported statement. Miyamoto certainly wanted the visual stylings of a play, but it's not a recreation of 1, it's just the events of 1. So, 3 is technically... okay, Yoshi's Island is first in the timeline. But then it's 3. 3 is actually the first Mario game in terms of the mainline timeline. Which leads immediately into World, and then there's a couple others that bounce around, and then it stops, because they stopped caring. Right, I was writing down notes. It was all a dream, except it wasn't. Whatever. Now, having said all that, spoil one thing for me. Do you think Bonanza, in your opinion, anybody's played it, do you think Bonanza has any level of story focus? Like, is it firm? Is it still out of the no story era? Is kind of what I'm asking, right? Is it like Odyssey, where there is a narrative focus? How did ships get up here? See, I was assuming yes, but I shouldn't do that because all I've seen is the trailers that I've watched on camera. So I shouldn't assume. I shouldn't assume. Shouldn't assume. I mean, yeah, we all know that it's basically the Odyssey team. Frickin' tidal waves. I'll tell you one game I wasn't expecting to have as strong of a story as it did. Mario Wonder. I hate to constantly talk up one of the best games ever made, but I loved the little narrative tidbits in Mario Wonder. Even Bowser's plan is probably my actual favorite plan he's ever had. No joke. Is this entire ship balancing on one cliff? How is this? Okay. I will not say what his plan was, because I don't want to spoil it for Rax. It's awesome. God dang it, come on. Or Wolverine, apparently. Who are you shooting at up here? Consequently, my second favorite evil plan of Bowser's is over in Mario Odyssey. You're probably thinking, but why not one of the Paper Marios? That looked like that was landable. Bowser usually doesn't have an evil plan in the Mario RPGs. There's usually some other jackass who's being evil in the Mario RPGs. Yeah, I guess that's not actually standable. Being there. This also looks like a good farm spot for coins if I cared. Okay, I get it. I'm apparently stupid. Who knew? Everyone in chat, we knew! We always knew. You know, guys, you're like stranded a mile in the air. Precariously poised on jagged rock eggs. Maybe don't try to kill me while you're down here. Just a thought. Oh, absolutely, J. Palmer, 100%. Which I think will score higher, Odyssey or Bonanza? Bonanza should score higher. Like, that's how that should work. I don't know if it will. I don't even know if Odyssey is going to score better than Wonder. And now they have airships. Who gave the crab pirates airships? Chill, Pangolin. We've talked about this. That's in the foreground. You guys stop, really. Just chillax for 5 seconds. I think I enjoy it for what it is. But I think they just don't do as much with it as they probably could. In this game, unlike the sequel, the foreground-background thing is... It feels like just a gimmick, right? It's just, hey, check this out. Check this out. If I could be blunt, it has Miyamoto's fingerprints all over. Neat idea, not actually properly fleshed out. Don't mistake me, I have a lot of respect for Miyamoto, but most of his stuff are more ideas and less implementations, for lack of a better way to put that. He's the kind of person I would want on my team just to be like, oh, that's a great idea, so we could then think about how to use it. I should stop talking up Tropical Freeze. I don't know how well it's going to score. You don't know. Nobody knows. Not that I'm aware of, Jay Palmer. What little Mario canon there is almost exclusively in the RPG verse, and Donkey and his crew are almost non-existent in the RPG settings. Honestly, Pauline being an Odyssey was kind of one of the biggest things that Donkey Kongs have ever had, the Kong family have ever had in the Mario settings that have lore. Put it that way. What's that? Okay. Who would win? Bowser. Bowser is a death machine in lore, who happens to be a doofus. But in terms of combat, there's a reason he's the king. Huh. Hmm. I hesitate to talk about something I haven't reviewed yet because I have proven myself wrong many times in my career. So. Even now, I've even proved myself right. That's common, obviously. Ooh, there. God, that momentum. Oh, God, XCOM 2. I was so looking forward to that, too. That's another thing. I hesitate very hard to talk up something. We also had this with WoW recently. Now, what's funny about WoW is I was right about WoW. I just was wrong about the specifics. WoW is the best MMO out there, in my opinion. If you only count Dragonflight and War Within. I was wrong about almost everything before that. But yes, I was wrong about WoW, I was wrong about XCOM. There were several Mega Man games I was wrong about. Well, no, actually, even BFA scored better than I thought it would. So I got BC right, and I got Shadowlands right. That was it. Even Kata was better than I thought it was going to be. Frickin' Kata. I'm just making sure I grind my lives back down. That's what this is. Although if it's not obvious, almost all these platforms are limited use. So once you stand on them, they start to break, and then if you jump on them, they break faster. So I am actually on a timer, I'm not just impatient. That's true. Mega Man 4 was much better than I was expecting. Mega Man 5 was the only thing that was pretty much exactly what I expected it to be. Love the Mega Mans. 4 scored a lot better than I thought it would. 6 scored better than I thought it would. 8 scored better than I thought it would. 7 scored better than I thought it would. Okay, let's see what 6K looks like, shall we? This should be fun. Nine scored way worse than I thought it would. I was right about 10. And I was right about 11. Why are the burning bats diving into the lava? Why do you hate life, bats? I hesitated. 9 was an incomplete. One of the only incompletes on the book. Someday I'm gonna go back and fix that. I am. Out of what I can only refer to as spite. I have no idea how many bananas you should eat a day. 75? 86? I don't know. $117? Help me out here. Worst difficulty spike in a game. Oh gosh. Okay, hang on. Let me think about that for a second. While I'm doing an extremely difficult level. J. Palmer just wants to see me die over. That's all this is, really. Ow. What are you? Why are there two of you? Oh god. Why? Why? Why is this a thing that's happening? Dick move, game. Crash Bandicoot First Sprint. You know what? Actually, that's a great example. I beat that game without any cheats, but that was the point at which I had to just shut everything else off, turn on my music, and completely zone out to beat that stupid level. If you know anything about me, having to turn off the in-game sound to be able to beat a level is rare. Okay. I don't remember if I even tried, Rex. Yeah, it sounds terrible. Because I remember the stage you're talking about, but it's because I've seen it sped run. I'm not sure I've ever done it myself, or even attempted it. Now, well, this is not the worst difficulty cliff in the in gaming. You know, one that comes to my mind immediately. Mario 64. The frickin' clock. There's only one, J. Palmer. Oh my god, what is with this bee thing? This is just unkind, game. How much further? Oh, I didn't even see him coming. Ah, whatever. Moving on. The snow level. No, the clock level, J. Palmer. I think he's messing with me. The level with the clock. You probably blocked it out because it was so... For real, the clock level is so awful. When we did our recent re-review of Mario 64, it is the only stage... It was like one of two stages, excuse me, where we didn't 100% it. I wanted to. I was trying to 100% during that particular playthrough. And then I got to the clock level. Yes, that is the clock level. Now, I know what you're thinking. Just slow the clock down. First of all, that's a specious argument because it presumes you know that you can even do that at all. Never mind how to do that. Second of all, you actually can't get everything in there your first time through. Okay, let's go find a ball. Let's get to a world I'm actually looking forward to playing. So, congruent to what I was just talking about, what do you want to bet? I remember World 7 quite fondly. What do you want to bet I'm going to hate it? First a boss, though. Stop being so gross. You and your brother both. Banana. So, chime? I don't know what that instrument is. Whatever that instrument is. I'm sure someone knows what that is. So same basic design as the last time. But now he's got armor in his weak spots. What you have to do is wait for him to stop, like that. And hit it when it's vuln. When his armor slides forward, because physics. His stumbling is always the hardest attack for me to dodge, which I remember because it always amused me. He's flailing on blindly, and that's the thing I have the hardest time dodging. Phase 2. Yeah, the window is small to hit, and it is only vulnerable for a small period of time. It's short and small. You basically have to know it's there, and predict it, and have that jump ready to go in advance. I do love the crowd in all these boss battles. Phase 3. Seriously, watch the crowd. They're just digging it. Yep, by the way, he's got that attack, too. Hope you've saved some health for Phase 3. You're gonna need it. No checkpoints. What do you think this is? A good game? Sorry, that's unkind. Okay, really, game? Boom. How does your armor even stay on you if it's that fluid? I love his look of, like, terror as Donkey is just on approach, like, yeah! And the thing's like, no! Okay. Am I right? Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how good my memory is. World 7. So it starts like this. So already we're starting on a good start. Ignore the obvious Donkey Kong reference in the background. Let's hear it. All right. Yeah, this Limbo game. Ooh. I always knew Nintendo had a little Limbo in them. I love how they make the red pop. Obviously in our tie, but just in general. See what I mean, though, Rex? They don't do anything with the forwards-backwards thing. It's just, and now you're slightly further out. I do like how it zooms out the camera. Kind of incidentally, so you can see a whole lot more of what you're doing. So I don't want to be too critical about it. But yes, this is the nostalgia world, and not just because of the obvious references, but because this is where a lot of the references to Donkey Kong Country 1 show up. If you remember, they had an entire Kremlin factory stage there, too. I shouldn't say stage, world. But my actual favorite part about this is not here yet. Sorry, I thought we were there already. To be continued. damn is this? When you finally get the factory turned back on. Because the idea here, they never say it outright, but the idea here is the factory has been off for so long because it's been 11 years since the last Donkey Kong game. So the factory was just sitting there, you know, accumulating smoke. But now the place is actually open up and we can actually see the whole factory again. And yeah, it unlocks the bonus levels. Alright, is this it? Is this it? Nope, this isn't it. Horror, Mr. Ed. Abject horror. Oh my god, this is a Sonic game. Once again, a remix, but a really solid one. Hi, Bregman. Welcome to Factoryland. Hope you like instant death. We've got crushing death, we've got grinding death, we've got electrocution rate, we got all kinds of death here. We here at the Kremling, excuse me, the factory formerly known as Kremlings, do not discriminate. Yeah, the only review of a show I was ever able to do live, because it's just on frickin' YouTube. They really like that theme in this particular level, don't they? My god. No, 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 no. Okay. You like crushing death. Have you considered a career at Kremling Incorporated? And here's why. Look at how much fun Donkey's having. This could be you. Why toil away at your dead-end job when you can get smashed for a living? No, that's not a euphemism. Quit asking. Oh, too slow. Ooh, Spanish rice, too. The greatest of all rices. Did you like to be electrocuted, crushed, smashed, grinding? Do you want to play Octopath Traveler for the rest of your life? Have we got a deal for you? So we play the one change game, right? You want to know one change that would make the Donkey Kong Country series worse? Add a timer to the stages. I mean, there's other things, but man, you'd also make the whole game Oka mode, so anything that you touch whatsoever kills you instantly. Get rid of mid-mission checkpoints. You know, like there's ways to make this worse. Yeah, I never really... I don't want to sound elitist, but I'm the best gamer ever. I never really noticed timers in games until... like 9 years ago, something like that, when I started really playing games with my niece. Now, she has a thing, or she doesn't like anything that kind of causes her anxiety like that, and so she'll just perform worse because she literally is freaking out over a timer that doesn't matter. But it never really occurred to me how much that the timer is not really a helpful or necessary addendum to a level, right? Now, for a specific stage, maybe. You know, like if there is a timer on a stage and that's the gimmick of the stage, sure. And yeah, as Rax says, if you want to give me a timer telling me how well I'm doing, sure, I'm with that. But just the Mario thing, right? The thing that only exists because once upon a time it was there in order to try and limit how much time you got per quarter. So anyways, you like hands and giant eyes, right? Because apparently the factory has become alive in the absence of the Kremlins. I don't know what King K. Rool was working on, and I don't want to know. Look at him. He's even pushing buttons back there. Do you see him? Also, I forgot to tell Blateville he didn't actually create more work for me. Little did he know. Oh, it's because I already had that extra work on my plate. I know, Arspruce. It only has the one eye. If it only had the two eyes, then they could look in different directions, and it'd be even creepier. Okay. Sorry about that. Just jotting down a note. Nobody's building. Listen, of course not Ben One Eye. Oh my god, that's Ben One Eye in the background. That's who that is. That makes so much sense. Why are there flame jets? Oh god. Oh, okay. You remember how I mentioned how I like World 7 the best? By memory, one of the biggest reasons why is there's a much higher density to the level design in World 7. These stages are pretty short, all things considered, but there is a lot going on. Well, we still haven't even gotten to my favorite stage. It'll be obvious. It'll be so obvious. I can't wait. Hey, Shrek, anywhere. Okay, 7-4. No, they didn't strike. They did it here specifically because there was a mandate on which characters they could include in returns. Thanks, Miyamoto. And yes, that's the exact same type of mandate that hit Sticker Star. Thank you for asking. So if you're wondering why there's no Candy and no Funky, that's actually why. Although you'd think they could have done it for, you know, the 3DS version. So, I've been praising World 7. Would you like to hear me cuss out World 7? Feel free to watch the background. I can't, but it's a treat back there. Yes, Horse Bruce. That was one thing I didn't like about Colors. Call me a strange person. I like ensemble casts. And while Sonic certainly has one hell of a cast, like arguably too large of a cast, I kind of like that. You know, I kind of like that they've got this vast portfolio of characters that they barely use. I don't like the barely used part. I mean, Mario is kind of the same way if you think about it. In the world? I'm not sure why that one hit me that time. Like, there's no going faster, so that's not it. Okay, sure, whatever. Good thing I got all those lives. God, I hate these stupid levels so much. Fun fact I was reading about during the lunch break. Do you know that they actually programmed the Super Guide relatively early on and used it for testing to find bugs or other issues? I'm not sure how, but that just sounds amusing. Well, I'm not sure what a gorilla sounds like, Lunarith. Wait. Lunarith? How do you know what a gorilla sounds like? Oh my god, she's been killing gorillas. I always knew. I always knew. Oh my god, my Kingdom for a checkpoint, please, now that I locked that in. Please, 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 thank you. Physically unclench a little bit. And then die. But it's okay, because I got the con. I am now qualified to be a U.S. president. Second time I didn't notice that was there. I was so focused on the next move. Both times I ran into that. That was me reading Czar's comment and trying to figure out what he was talking about. I should stop reading chat during these sections. Chat does not exist. I'll treat you like I treat the cat. Does not exist. And then screw up anyways. I hate these levels so much. Saw it that time, I just missed. I also love how it plays this like sound effect every time you die. This is the so this game is doing wrong what Celeste did right. To go back into that reset point, it's relatively quick, but it's just irritating enough to grate, you know. La, 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 you suck. Jesus, these gears. Look at these things. Please give me the end of the stage. Please give me the end of the stage. Please. I'm begging you. Please, I don't want to do this level ever again. Oh, thank you, God. Exactly, Rex. Which Celeste does, if you remember. This is a good time as any to test something. One second. So there was a bug in the original Wii version. I say bug, it might have just been an oversight on behalf of the developers. It sucked either way. And we're going to go ahead and confirm if that is still a bug or not. Okay, so we're both here, right? Oh, Jesus. Am I going to have to reach this section to really show it off? I think I am, actually. Well, we'll see what happens in a second. Okay. Okay, hang on. And then Spawn. And there we go. Okay, we're both in the thing, okay? We have 43 lives. Now we have 41. This is awful. So, this was true in the original Wii version. For those of you who didn't catch that, during segments where there's only actually one input, one player for all intents and purposes, if you have both players, it penalizes you for the second player existing at all, even though they're just sitting there, you know, basically being along for the ride, by deducting a life count from them anytime the first player dies too. This is the biggest reason we had to farm lives when we were playing this. In fact, what we got into the habit of doing is when we hit one of these sections, it would be a minecart section or a rocket barrel section, you had to then... Oh no, this is true in the original Dream Whisperer. Although you're right, they should have patched this out. So, fair point. We would just turn off second controller. Just turn off player 2, and then go through it single player, and then turn player 2 back on in order to do the thing. So that's that co-op negative number 2 that I was mentioning down there. Okay, so... hang on. There we go. Okay. Actually, I think I want regular, don't I? I think I do. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Okay, so, moving on. No, Blue Dragon EXE. Okay. Still not the stage I wanted. We'll get there, I'm sure. Objective. Find the big red button. Okay. Yeah, so any bets on what the big red button does? Anybody in chat? robots were fighting. Look at all this brickwork. Gear work? Metal work? Wow. Sure, you boy, Michael Scott. It's full AI autonomy. Yeah, sorry everyone. It's gonna be a whole lot more than 2 liters from now on. Is it 2 liters, by the way, Rox? Also, half a liter. Half a liter, that's what it was. I knew it was something involving 2 and also liters. Oops. Wrong direction. So I've noticed we have a lot of bots today. That's actually our 3rd bot today. Is that just a trend? Is that just because Twitch is being anti-bot, which naturally means that the bot situation is getting worse because Twitch couldn't anti-bot their way out of a paper bag? That's kind of what it feels like, you know? Button. So I forget how this works exactly, but I know that if you don't hit the buttons, you kind of can't progress. So you just have to go back to the levels until you find the button and hit it. Probably Square. That's what I'm thinking anyways. Well, I'm dead. That's just... There's no recovery from that. No lives on that stupid stage. I love how instead of grass, it's chains here. I already got it, Dream Whisperer. But thank you for pointing it out. I commit suicide. In honor of your fighting. I think I agree, Chill Pangolin. This is the best look. Like, all of the zones have been good looking. With maybe the exception of the cliffs. This zone is just crazy. Now, there's one zone I'm not sure if it'll get any brickwork positives. That's World 8. We'll have to see when we get there. Look at all this stuff. Look at all this stuff going on here. And you just know the artists were thinking, okay, what is this? What's holding it down? The artists are thinking, okay, what does this do? What does this mean? Is this a thing? Why is there a giant eyeball in the background pressing buttons? I was expecting more bounce there. Yes, that's right. Donkey, even Donkey's lungs are that powerful. What a weird name. Why is your name Donkey? Does anyone know why he's called Donkey Kong? I've never actually looked into that. Hey, Ben Smire. 1 second here. Never mind. Thank you for the sub. And as usual, if you know what you'd like to put that towards, up to 3 future things, please let me know. This game is garbage. I hate platformers. No, I'm not gonna stop making fun of that. That's just, that made my week. I want you to know that. That is the funniest freaking thing I've read all week, and I needed a smile this week, let me tell you what. Yeah, someone put that as a new meme for the LGAs, because wow. That's right up there with eyeballs. Speaking of which, I need to nominate eyeballs for a new meme. Oh yeah, he's in the background and he's still visible. Probably for gameplay purposes, but yeah, if you think about it, that pick is, he's probably a boar, given his size. Nope. Nope, that's death. That's death. Yes. Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 are all on the list. I can tell you that from memory. My memory isn't perfect, but I remember most of the games on the list. Like 70, 80%, something like that. How am I supposed to get this? I need to land on the outside. Guess I could do that. Okay, let's do that. That means I want to go for it like immediately here. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Nah, I'm dead. Ugh. Too slow. Okay. I blame you for that death, Tsar, because I was so thrown by your question. I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Sorry, I just realized I have to clarify, because you might take me seriously. So, I don't know where... Jump! Jump! Why aren't you jumping? This isn't even a hard level. I'm just dying because I want to get the G. I don't actually know what you're referencing, Tsar. But we have never reviewed the remakes of Dragon Quest 1, 2, or 3, which are remakes. They're different games. So, the end? I don't know what else to add to that. I have no memory of saying anything about refusing to review the Dragon Quest remakes at any point in history. So, there's probably some point in time I said something like that about something else, and I have no idea what it was. And I apologize for whatever it was, because it was clearly a source of many consultations. Now, excuse me, let's do it this side, actually. Okay, so get it, and then... Too early! Wow, okay. Yeah, the remakes that aren't even out yet, or rather, 2 of them aren't out yet. I believe they're coming out this year. Don't quote me on that, though. I know 3 is already out, because my friend Pax has already played it. He was quite fond of it. Oh yeah, no, I've been really losing lives lately. To really stupid things. Oh my god, there's an air can right here. What do you want? Random thought of the day. I doubt it. I really doubt it. It's probably just user error, but that would be funny. Like, I've beaten this level several times, but I really want that G, and that's the problem. Okay, so not too fast this time. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. No! Okay, Jesus. Alright. Alright. We have successfully gotten the G. Go away, flamethrower robot. Yeah, there's the end of the stage, by the way. I had made it several times over. Wow. That sounds about right, Arspruce. I used to know why they called him Mario. I don't anymore, it's been a while. I looked into it once, though. Okay. So, this stage. I think you already see where this is going. Other than the Donkey Kong vs. Mario series, the puzzle games, I don't think so, Funfolkenstein. Aww. So yeah, this is a Switch platformer stage. I tend to like Switch platformers. I just realized what that sentence sounds like, but you know what I mean, shut up. I don't see these very often, but I'll tell you where I do tend to see these in Nintendo games. In fact, this has been a staple for several Mario games for a while. So notice how they introduce. This is how the switches work. You literally cannot progress until you go past several switch walls. Then it starts telling you, okay, this is what you need to do in order to be able to manage some of the jumping puzzles. No problems. Then it starts introducing stuff like that, where all of a sudden the switches become part of the obstacles. Because the moment we step on that, platform goes away. Me too, late to all. So yeah, mandatory tutorial. And then indicator of... So this section is subtle, but it's still important. This is conveying to the player that you don't have to stop or pause here. So even if you otherwise think you need to be like, okay, hang on. They put those there specifically so you know that you can just pass right through them and still activate them. And this introduces the idea of passing through a wall before activating a switch to then land on. Which then leads to this. that. Love it. I love these kind of Switch puzzles. Sorry, there's some really good stuff in World 7. Thank goodness. I think we needed some good levels. So there's the Switch. Remember, we gotta get all 3 of these. Yeah, I don't know if these were the first levels they made, or if these were the last levels they made, but whoever put together the World 7 levels, they're just noticeably better than almost every other world in the game. With the possible exception of World 9, which I don't remember that well, to be quite honest with you. I've only done it once. I'm not sure how to get up there. No, well, it's probably just a puzzle piece anyways. Whatever. Moving on. Poor bird. So speaking of instant death if you screw up at all, here's a fun section. Just take this in for a moment. Really process what this particular encounter is. Love it. It's another time when I didn't roll. I think I just need to be moving more before I start rolling. Well, of course, now I can't make it. Hello, cat. Yes, that's my arm that you're clawing at. Thank you for clawing my arm. Can I help you? Okay. Yes, that continues to be my arm. Why are you clawing at my arm? Why my arm? Why? I don't understand. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? It's not he's not hard clawing, he's just gentle clawing. I don't understand what his objective is here. It's more like pawing and his claws happen to be out. Well. Steam servers are down. I wonder why. Guess that's still my paw, or my arm. Shame. I was almost hoping you were going to be like, so yeah, they've shut down Steam in protest to the Visa MasterCard situation. Yes, what? What do you want? What do you want? Okay. I wish, Bergman. I wish. Can't believe I managed that. I didn't even know that was possible. Right, Rex? Like, I'm not joking. I didn't think that jump was actually possible. I was just going for it to experiment. Ooh. Now that was a DK level. I liked that stage a lot. Still not my favorite. I'm starting to wonder if my favorite's in Tropical Freeze and I'm just completely misremembering. Because there's a factory in Tropical Freeze as well. Okay. Oh, there it is. Here it is. Here it is. 7-7. So, obviously I love the song here. But what's unique about this stage is they did something weird. This is a stage you can tell they put some time and effort into because they synced the song with the level. Or vice versa. You'll see what I mean. You probably already see it. But the whole stage is like this. Oh shoot. I was off tempo. Damn it. I really want that. Okay. Let's see if I can just respawn the guy. Screw it. But yeah, for those of you not aware of how programming and level design works, doing this kind of work is substantially harder to do than it looks. So just on the difficulty alone, I was going to give this a positive. Oh, bull crap! There. Screw your game. I think I can't make that jump. Yeah, now I gotta do it again. Yeah, hang on. Let's walk into here with a Diddy barrel, shall we? There we go. Well, the stage also has to make sense with regards to the rhythm, too. So you have to do the normal work of level design, the normal work of making a song, sync the song to the level, sync the level to the song, make sure the level still has level design while sync to the song. Like, it's basically, you do each a step, but then you kind of do each step again, and then again, in order to really just kind of go back and forth and make sure the whole thing... What the hell was that? Make sure the whole thing works. You know what? Here, just give me that. Oh yeah, it also has to be fun. Yeah, these kind of levels are the things that don't just happen overnight. Yeah, I saw what happened. Chill, Mandalore. Let's lock in that K while we're at it. This kind of musical cue, though, also means you can kind of, you, the player, can kind of predict where things are going to be, too. I don't know, I said kind of. You can predict where things are going to be. That's why there's that clap in the background. Ugh. Worth it. Maybe. Not worth it. Less worth it. Oof. Still less worth it. He didn't jump. He didn't jump. He decided not to jump. That sucks. Almost forgot about this. Just as well I died earlier. That's all 3 switches. Any final guesses what they do? I disagree with that. No, it didn't I didn't time it right. Ah. I'm not sure if the switch is still pulled, so let's make sure. The hammer does have collision. In fact, it has a hurt box. I discovered this earlier in this very stage. If you accidentally tap a hammer while it's still up, it does damage to you. Also, the hurt box is a little larger than it looks. God damn it! If I had had Diddy, I would have lived, because I would have been going faster. That was like 20 feet from the end, too. Yes, chill pangolin. Right. Gotta do this each time. Why does this not count? You'd think this would be the kind of thing that's like the puzzle pieces. You get it once and then you're good. Nope. Wow. Yeah, actually, Ruthless, you're right. This is actually funny because a lot of people, myself included, all said the same basic thing, which is, where's our latest Donkey Kong game? Like, Tropical Freeze was the last one. I've already shown off all of them so far, Fusion Bolt, but I wouldn't be bothering to get the letters if I wasn't. Sorry. The answer is yes. Let me try the super short answer. Short version. No, it doesn't count. If it wasn't for Bonanza, we'd still be dry of new Donkey Kong games. They're never going to release Mother 3 at this point. It's way past the time in which they could have pulled that trigger. They had a money printing machine and they didn't put Mother 3 on it. Like, I'm sorry, the Switch bump is a very real phenomenon. Ugh. Well, the original presumption was music licensing rights. I don't know how true that is, because that is exactly as it sounds, a presumption. See what I mean? There's the end of the stage. Still a great stage. Hey guys, which game do you think would score better? Donkey Kong Bonanza or Donkey Kong 64? Anyways, the answer for getting all the switches is obviously it launches a rocket. Duh. No, it doesn't make sense to me either. So, 7K. Welcome to Hell. This is a unique level. In fact, I believe this is a unique mechanism. I don't think any other stage does this. But this place is awful. There's kind of an inherent timer, like a soft timer, baked into it, because you gotta hit these switches. If you don't hit the switch in time, you have failed. Nope. Death. Death. I was too slow. There's a reason they give you the jetpack immediately on this stage. They know you're going to want it. Notice the tutorialization there is pretty good. But they escalate immediately. Here's your theme. Live with it. Anybody who pretends they don't die a billion times playing these games is a liar. Or a bot, which would technically also make them a liar. Or not, that's cool. I was trying to get down. It's the second time I haven't crouched in time there. Notice the placement of enemies is very particular. Just in time enough to completely screw with your ability to do anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy crap. That was a good stage, though. You'll notice it does something that the other good K level does as well. It's not too long. Can I help you? Why are you in my lap? It's not too long. It's dense as hell. You caught that, right? I'm sure you did if you're paying any kind of attention. There were oftentimes there were more than one platforming challenge per screen, sometimes 3. But the bot isn't working? Why isn't the bot working? That's strange. Oh, there it goes. Short but sweet, right? Like if you're going to make something that brutal, turning into a marathon, I've said this before, I dislike the very philosophical concept of a super hard marathon. It just gets tiresome at a certain point in time. It stops being engaging, it stops being fun, and it just starts being, a slog, right? A sprint is just more enjoyable. Anyways, it's another 50 coins I just bought myself. Which is good, because we're about to get to World 8. And World 8 is here to punch my teeth out. I have no fond memories of World 8 at all. I'm curious to see how much that holds up. So, should we be worried about, you know, that? I'm gonna move on. World 7 is actually pretty close to my memory so far, so yay for being right for once. So you like, rocket levels, right? Right? You like rocket levels, right? Because if you don't, sucks to be you. Okay, I'm gonna pay attention on this. I remember this being mean. Okay. It's happened 3 times. Whoops. 3 times so far this week, Rex. I do like how they throw a life at you here. Like, we know you're gonna die here a bunch. Here's a life. They do that a lot, actually. They put a life at the beginning of these kind of stages. Because they know what they're doing. They know what they did. Their sins crawl on their backs. Seriously, Rex. Why do you still use lives? Well, you see. That way we could charge players real money for life packs. We could have a dumb campaign about it, too. Buy a life. Tee-hee-hee. Okay, actual boss fight. Yeah, oh. We've come full circle, Mr. Red. I need to do something really quick, because I meant to do this earlier and I kind of spaced. You're looking at it, Ruthless Tim. There we go. Sorry, I'm double checking something. Forgive me. Okay. So that was 7 on. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I didn't even catch that reference. You could tell I'm not familiar with Metroid Prime 2. Sorry, I was looking something up and I saw something unrelated. You see that giant portal I even paused to look at? That was apparently, specifically, an object from Metroid Prime 2 to get to Dark Aether. Did not know. Okay. I'll get back to that. Boss time. I know, I keep putting off World 8. I should just get on with it. So, this is their evil plot. This is what they've been doing the whole time. The bananas fill the tikis and turn them sentient. I wasn't joking. This is how they reproduce. Accordion. So gross. But yes, if you ever wondered why Donkey is super powerful, this is why. So also, Robotnik reference. The Sonic references keep coming. I'm telling you, this is secretly a Sonic game. It's even shaped like an egg. Third? Yeah, it's the third one. Yeah, here we go. Donkey Kong would crush Sonic in a straight fight. Unless Sonic was actually his canonical speed. In which case Sonic would beat absolutely everyone. Because super speed is a stupidly overpowered ability. You'll notice it has the same basic mechanics of the Death Egg robot from Sonic 2 as well. It moves kind of slowly, but it's got a gigantic hurt box, which is kind of awkward to dodge. Now, it's not as bullcrap as that fight is, because, let's be clear, that fight is total bullcrap. Let's ignore the one health thing. Or the fact that you have to go back to the entire stage if you die. Just, like, the fact that the spikes happen to cover the area where you also have to hit. It's just mean. Come on, game. Yeah, this isn't quite as bull crap as the Death Egg robot. Similar style, though. Just said. I'm repeating myself. Sorry. Fun fight. I wasn't counting Rex, unfortunately. That would have been great if that actually was 8, though. I know, right, Ruthless Tim? I'm so hopeful that Prime 4 is actually good. I don't have any really doubt that it will be. In fact, and I've said this so many times on camera, the fact that they were willing to go back to stage, restart production, and admitted it publicly gives me more hope than anything else for Prime 4. It is so rare to see that kind of transparency, and for that to be considered a good thing. Like remember Dragon Age 4? And how they restarted that game development like 3 times, and we only knew because people kept getting fired, or kept leaking about it, or talking about it, whatever. Or we found out some of that after the fact. In Prime 4, they were like, guys, hey, listen. This happened. Valid way to put that, Ross. I like that. So, World 8. Of course it's a lava level. Honestly, yeah, baseball. And yeah, it has been a long time since Tropical Freeze came out. Someone looked at it, do me here. What year did Tropical Freeze come out? I know it was a Wii U game originally. So it has been a minute. Oh my god. So yeah, it has been 11 freaking years since Retro's made a game. That's weird to think about. See you around, Rex. Have a good night at work. Or else. I should probably call it soon anyways. I'm not going to finish today. There's no way. I've still got World 9. I got to do some cleanup and the audit. I suppose I'll admit this here towards the end of the VOD. I mentioned to Bladeval I already had plans to kind of re-audit Mario 3. I don't think many of those scores will change all that much. I just realized, as I was going through Mega Man 2 specifically, or the Trek-Lorani of all things, that I could get even more granular with regards to platformers specifically. And platformers are short, so it doesn't take that much time to do that. So, end statement, I suppose. That's why I mentioned I'm going to specifically play the All-Stars version next. I don't think the score is going to change that much, but that's not really the point. And if I'm being 100% honest with myself, yes, it'd be nice to play several of my favorite platformers again. I don't know, Chill Pangolin. You can check for yourself. The current website version of the Mega Man 2 review is actually up to date. It's one of the few I actually have already audited. In fact, I've re-audited Mega Man 1, 2, and 3, and then the move happened, which sort of slowed me down a bit. On camera? Nobody wants me to replay Mario 3 on camera, or Mega Man on camera. actually just answered that, Chill Pangolin, but I will repeat myself. Oh, you mean specifically? I get you. Listen, I don't deal in specifics. I'm a politician, so I deal in vagaries and nonsense. Vote for me. I promise to be as anti-worker as possible. I don't know why, but people who are on a platform of being as against workers get elected all the time, so that's my platform. Screw the workers. Vote for me. Sorry, I'm actually specifically thinking of Finland right now. Not, you know, the country I live in. Anyways, sorry. So, it was mostly stuff in, really, Braden? It was mostly stuff in the Wily stages. I will admit, and I actually have had this flaw before in the reviews, where I am so familiar with a game that it's harder for me to review a particular part of the game fairly. And I hadn't properly notated several positives and negatives with regards to the Wily stages of Bankman 2. You scared me there, Dream Whisperer. I was actually holding my breath like, did I miss the G? Do I have to do that level again? No kidding, Ruthless. Let's go and grab this. No, don't apologize. I just thought, you know, that I had missed it. Oh no. Is this the first one, Chill Pangolin? Is this it? Am I in hell? I'm in hell. I remember that O very well. Okay. I even remember what is required to get it. But I have to know it's coming. That's kind of the problem. Is I didn't know where it was. You have to know that O is coming, and you have to be prepped for it, otherwise you cannot get it. It is not possible to do that tight of maneuvering with the helicopter controls. Okay, not for 10 more minutes. Yes? Can I help you? Yeah, this is where all our lives are going. Don't worry, there's a second barrel level in this world after this one. Because this level... I mean, honestly, all jokes aside, knowing what I know now, I have a feeling World 8 was one of the most thrown together worlds. You know, in total contrast to World 7. Like, first of all, even the brickwork isn't very impressive. Bunch of lava, like actually take in the screen for a second. Bunch of lava, some ruins that are just repeat assets, and that's kind of it. Other than like these obsidian slate things. Oh my god. I may die a lot in Tropical Freeze. But at least it'll never be like this, right? And now I've cursed myself. I have just guaranteed that Tropical Freeze is actually a bad game. I have retroactively made it so. I have that power. You see, I can just change history. But only to make something better or worse, it's kind of strange. Oh, it was brutal, Ross. It was fun, though. I wasn't joking. I did it twice. Once in the Wii U, and once on my Switch. I didn't see what hit me there. I don't know. I don't know what killed me there. Legitimately, I didn't see anything that was an obstacle. That threw me. This keeps up. I may have to do the stage off camera. Put on an episode of something. And to just watch that. This is a stage that should have had a 1-up at the beginning of it, by the way. Just saying. You're game devs. Stop being dicks. I hate this so much. No, Mr. Red, I will not. I want to watch something that I actually like and or is actually good. I'm sorry, that sounded way too harsh. I apologize. I don't want to be watching Wind Club while doing this. I think that's the most blandest I could say that. That time I saw what hit me, but I was going down to dodge whatever killed me last time, because I never actually saw what killed me last time, so now I'm paranoid. Mr. Red killed me. He was like, "You're gonna watch Winx Club. You're gonna like it." No, I'm never watching Andor Season 2. I'm good. You know, even if the worst part of this stage is just brutal, whether you're going for the Kong letters or not. It's just brutal. End statement. Crusade. No, I meant what I said. I'd probably put on Star Trek. TNG's kind of a comfort show, but I could also put on, like, I don't know, one of the good episodes of TOS. Okay, I don't even know what's past this point. I gotta be paying attention now. Right, no, that's the dip. I have to go up at this dip. Does the stage have checkpoints? I don't remember. We haven't reached one yet. Just put on the defector, exactly. Just, you know what? James Sloyan, take me away. I'm good. Start low, and I need to start diving up quickly. But I need to not be that high when I start low. See if I can at least reach a frickin' checkpoint. This is pretty much like what I was expecting from World 8, right here. This may or may not be the worst stage in the game, by the way. No joke. I actually don't remember if the second rocket level is worse than this, but this is a stage me and Gary were stuck on for, I think, days. Actually, like real-life days. Like, alright, that's enough of that. Let's go do anything else for a while. Then we come back to it. It's like, okay, let's go do something else. Then we come back to it. We'd hand off the controller, because, again, it's better to do this solo. Because of the stupid lives penalty. We haven't even reached the O. We reached the O once. Give me a checkpoint, Oh my god, okay, there's a checkpoint. KO locked in. I have no idea what's coming up. I don't remember what's after this. But I remember that it's hell. Any part of the snakes kills you, of course. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? That's just mean. I couldn't react in time. Water. Do I have any water? I have a little water. I like Flappy Kong. That sounds better. Hello, cat. Yes, that's my leg. I blame you for that. I want you to know that. This is your fault. After this attempt, Cat, I will give you food. Not because of this attempt, or because you asked, but because it's time for you to be fed. Try to keep you regular for your sake, not mine. I actually just bit my lip a little bit doing that. Sure. Where was the G? I didn't even see it. Where was the G? Where was the G?
All you care about is... All I am is a vending machine for you.
Oh, it's in the snake section? Jesus Christ. Okay. I also get sick of the song. It's actually not a bad song. I just get sick of it. You know how that goes. When you hear it 700,000 times over and over. And the first few seconds of it. Because, you know, it starts over each attempt. So down somewhere. I'm just gonna be down-ish, and there it is. I see it. Okay. I hate everything. hate everything in the entire world. Kittens, puppies, cheesecake. What else is good? Cookies. Cookies. What else is good? Bragon. I don't know how to get down there. I hate highlight reels. I hate the letter G. I hate FF11. I actually do hate FF11. Well, okay, that's not fair. I don't hate anything, but... I think FF11 is a better game than FF14 1.0. So I think I've seen what I need to do, and I'm not sure how to do it. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing at this point, and each guess is a life. And when I run out of lives, guess what? I lose all my progress. I have to do the whole stage over again, because lives are trash. Okay, so we're going to be in the middle-ish. And then we're going to go up. And then we're going to dive. Okay, that was a... bull crap! Bull crap! How was I supposed to see that coming? How was I supposed to know that was coming? That is the definition of a gotcha! Hey, every game designer in the history of the universe, gotchas are bad game design. Universally. There's no such thing as a good gotcha. Doesn't exist. I hate you. I hate you. I want to find who designed this level and just punch them in the stomach until they die. And that's going to take a long time. And I'm going to enjoy every second of it. I'm going to enjoy every moment of watching them just slowly, bit by bit, realizing their life is ending. And there's no, like a last minute, like, oh god, maybe I can push back, or I'm going to make it. No, you're dead. You're dead. And that's the end of your life, because you designed this level and you deserve to die. So, there might be a worse level later. But to date, that is the worst level in the game, bar none. Okay. The pure spite. Out of pure spite. I actually need water. Unironically. Hi, killing you. Hi, Flame... I don't know what the 2 is, but Flame Wheel 2? I'm not trying to say that. And hi, Woo. No. I can knock out a couple. There's something else I want to do. I've been meaning to do, and I sort of forgot to. But I really do need water anyways. So I'm going to go grab some water. Excuse me. Whoops.
That's it.
Okay. Get some good sleep, Flame Wheel. Yeah, the level just crawled out of hell by itself. Okay. Yeah, so World 8, ladies and gentlemen. We got the letters, too. It's okay, the levels aren't as bad. Right? Why did I say that? I just cursed it. They're gonna be worse now. You know that's how this is gonna go, right? Like, I just cursed the rest of World 8 to be worse. Oh, no! It's a minecart level. I remember this walk back. I remember this walk back. Yeah, I remember this stage. I'd say I only remember the bad stages, but that's patently untrue. I actually remember the good stages too, obviously. I'm doing alright, killing you. Yeah, we may have to go actually farm lives. It's okay. We've actually been doing pretty good on knocking out the K levels. So, we don't need that many coins, which means we have an abundance of coins to be able to get lives. And I still know a way to farm coins later, if I ever actually need to do that. So, we might need to not need to actually farm anything. Oh, that was close. Up. Yep, I knew that was coming. Yep, so enjoy those little sparky flares of whatever. Those exist for one purpose, and I mean this sincerely. They interrupt your jump arc. Now, I don't know if you've ever played any platformer ever in the history of the entire universe, but if there's one thing you need to be consistent, it's your jump arc. It's how you control your character. So they introduced an enemy whose only job was to interrupt that arc, so you don't know where you are in your jump when you try to make it, when you try to finish it. Pretty much killing you. They can also just kill you. Shut up, pig. Is this anything? Just some bananas. Whatever. I'm gonna accept losing the K, because I'm gonna die anyways. I want to practice something. Or I could just die there. That's acceptable. I like dying. I was just thinking, you know, I've always wanted to eat gorilla. But how would it taste if, like, you baked it in lava, right? Like, does that sear the flavor in? It's like grilling, right, you know? I know that, realistically speaking, cooking with lava wouldn't, you know, do anything. But I like to think it would, like, magically change the, I don't know, the flavor somehow. Or maybe even, like, the flavor profile. And then you could have a whole type of cooking that's just, you know, lava cooking. Yeah, there you go, Dakota. Exactly. At that point, it's just air frying, except, you know, a little more intense. I disagree with that. And that. I'm okay. So the thing is, you probably don't even notice this, but these minecarts actually have a degree of safety, for lack of a better way to call it. In other words, if you come close to it, you like home in on it, right? Like that right there. Did you see that? I was actually, if you paid attention, I actually jumped past it, and yet I still managed to land on it. So both times when I failed that jump, I jumped through it like that, and it didn't home in on it, but it should, right? Because of how the snapping works, it should actually adhere to it, because I got close enough. We just saw this in Celeste with the boss battle, where you just have to get close enough to the boss, and if you do, you automatically snap to the boss. And it's weird, because this game has that mechanic. There, I just demonstrated it again. And again. Yeah, like, different kinds of lava. So what kind of different kinds of lava are there? Like, obviously we have fell lava, right? But what other kinds of lava is there? Would there be, like, draconic lava? Arcane lava? Would there be different types of draconic lava? Or different types of dragons? Disagree with that, but whatever. Got a little further. Didn't get quite as far. Maybe there's like rock lava and then, you know, metal lava, and that would change the flavor too, if the lava was based on molten rock or molten metal. That could be something. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. That's irritating. What does spit noduling mean? The good news is I haven't hit a checkpoint yet. I know that sounds strange, but it means if I actually run out of lives, it's not the end of the world. I didn't know that. This is the second to last world. It's only 8-3, though. I don't remember if the later levels are later worse. I actually really don't remember. Okay, hang on. We're too low on lives to keep doing this. If we did hit a checkpoint, I would then be extremely pressured to not die. So let's go buy some lives. That's true. Molten iron versus molten nickel. I like that idea. See you around, killing you. F a good one, man. Hope to see you in the future. And not just because I need your voice acting talents. The best part is, because of how the level works, none of the cheat items that you can buy in the shop help here. Extra health? Doesn't matter. Any hit kills you instantly. Prevent damage from falling to your death? There's no bottomless pits, just lava. Pull you back up if you fall? Doesn't help, because the minecart goes on without you. There's no doing this other than just to do it. So the only thing you could do here is to buy a bunch of lives and grind your face on it until you're done. The good news is this is the Switch, so I can prove with total certainty if I ever make it off camera that I have made it without cheating, because, you know, there's no cheating here. Bad news is that means, from my perspective, the only way to do this is just to grind face on it. I don't actually know what's after this point. I haven't been this far yet. Ah! Oh, that's... blind jump. Really, game? An actual, honest-to-God blind jump? Really is a Sonic stage. It's occurring to me more and more. This is a Sonic stage. This is why I went and bought those lives. That's actually most of the stage. We're basically halfway through. Which is good, because we're about to die a lot. And there's no more bananas to try and offset the death counter. Let's just do and die. There it is. Ah, I missed it. I knew it was there. I just didn't know where. Yeah. Oh, those frickin' solar fireballs are just the worst. Oh my goodness. That's my fault. I forgot it was there. I had memorized the stage enough. Need a fair one to jump for that G. Because it's a really weird angle. You know, I wonder if the Tikis care that they're about to be all melted alive. I mean, they're made of wood, you know? Surely they would be more alarmed than I am about this whole situation. Doesn't that feel logical? Right here. Oh, God, that was extremely tight. And I got a bunch of coins back. You know, that's true. They are literally banana-brained. Oh my god. How long did I spend on that one level? Also not a good stage. Not as bad of a stage, but still. So, I don't remember most of the other stages, but there's one that's in my head I haven't seen yet, and I'm scared. Okay, this isn't it. This might actually be a good stage, because most of the silhouette stages are actually good stages. There's only like 3 in this one, aren't there? Silhouette stages, I mean. And we're dead. That was my fault. I wasn't used to having the jetpack because I've done the last few hard stages without the jetpack, and so I screwed up on my jump arc because I did this. What, the one we just did, Sean? Or the one we're doing right now? Oh. Yeah, got it. Locked in the O. A-O. You're supposed to run through this, but I am not that confident in my ability to control this stupid rhino to do that. So we're gonna take this slow. Just kind of chill for a bit, you know. Let the cat have some catnip. You know how it is. That's an insta-kill? I didn't even know that was an insta-kill. I wasn't bothering to dodge it because I figured it would just do damage, and I had tons of health to burn. I mean, I guess it's lava, but and? I can get crushed to death and still live through that. Cautious this time. I mean, pretty much our screws. And there's the N. Yeah, I've noticed that, Ruthless, and I don't know why. I mean, okay, I do know that obviously they don't want people to poach, but frankly, I'm not sure that's a good enough reason. It used to be common policy back in the day to not actually put real credits in the credits of games, is specifically to try and avoid poaching. But like, I mean, I admittedly do not know enough about the working environment of Japan to know if poaching is that big of an issue that they need to not credit people. I admit I tend to take some umbrage at that because I am a very pro, make sure you get credit for your work kind of a guy. As anyone who's ever done any rewrite or theater with me can attest to. If you do a sudden gasp of a character in the background in Chapter 6, I will write that down. Because, you know, that's something you did and deserve credit for. What? How did I jump off of the guy? How did I jump off of him? What button input led to me jumping off of him? I don't even know how to do that on purpose. I did it again! I did it again! What button is doing that? Okay. It's R. It's R. And R2. I didn't know I could use R2 instead of R. Okay, hang on. Let me change how I'm gripping the controller. Because what I'm doing is I'm clenching a little bit, right? And not a lot, just enough. I can't believe this stuff is insta-kill. You gave me a health bar, and then you took it away again. How would you do this? okay. Not really the game's fault. The stage's fault, I mean. So that was fine. We'll call that fine. I already don't like the looks of this place, but it's not hitting any substantial memories. So that's a good sign. Oh no, there's no way I'll finish tonight, but we still have the K levels and World 9 to get to. And through. I don't remember having issues with World 9, but then again, World 9 was not done by Retro, if I'm remembering correctly. Because of the... Oh, that's just irritating. Because of the fact that those are the 3DS exclusive levels. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. And there's bats. Can you piss off, please, Mr. Bat? Oh my god, I wasn't prepared for it to crumble. I wasn't ready for it to crumble. We hadn't hit a checkpoint yet, either. Have you noticed that the checkpoints have been slowly getting worse? They can have multiple checkpoints per stage. They've done it before. Okay. I mean, I agree with Dakota. This is just, you know, them being like, it needs to be hard. It's a Donkey Kong game. It needs to be hard. How many stages are there? Wait, hang on. Let me look something up real quick. Eight. And this is 6, right? I think. No, this is 5. There are 7. So there's 3 more stages. Oh. And then 9. Hellish 9. Okay, one more attempt, and then I'll chop off for the night. Because we hit the 4-hour mark. That's kind of what my goal was. We'll have a hopefully short, knock on wood, first shift tomorrow. Yeah, right. I'm also not a big fan of World 8's music. I get what they're going for. I don't know, it doesn't work for me. Should not have gone for that. So knowing that's going to collapse this time. So checkpoint plus Diddy. plus bonus stage. Oh, more coins. Oh, I missed one. I'll die, I guess. I wonder what the max lives is you can have on you at one time in this game. It's probably 99, because that's like the norm. But I don't actually know. Let me guess. Yep, it's under there. Of course it is. Oh my god. Okay. Love a new checkpoint. Please. Well, I just lost a crap ton of progress. Because I bonked my forehead against the thing I was trying to jump into. Oh my god. Yeah, I think Blade Tavol is right. I think they were just trying to go with a back-to-basics thing. There's not a lot of characters... Oh my god, I gotta do this crap again. There's not a lot of characters, in general, in this one. Interestingly, the next game will be allowed to experiment a little more. Not too much. I don't want to oversell it, but, you know. We get Cranky, we get Funky, and I believe we get Dixie as well. And, of course, you know, more on the enemies, NPCs, both side of things. Yeah, Viking penguins. Hell yes. I'm not sure how to get that G. And that is at the very end of a very long and very difficult section, so I don't really have a lot of capacity to practice that. I would say yes. First of all, Tropical Freeze has better difficulty. No, I shouldn't say that. I haven't reviewed it. By memory, Tropical Freeze has better difficulty. It doesn't have a lot of bullcrap, or at least it doesn't have as much bullcrap in it. Second of all, Tropical Freeze has multiple things to enable you to make it a bit easier. Like Funky Mode. And, characters that have more kit to them, for lack of a better way to put that. Like, Dixie has a upward helicopter thing. Diddy still has his hover, like this right here. And Cranky has a pogo jump straight out of DuckTales. And of course, Funky has a hover, a slow fall hover, in addition to being able to just kind of ignore spikes. so how the hell do I make this happen? That's how. Oh my god, it was right at the end, too. That is so mean. Putting the G in visual range of the end of the stage is just mean. Oh yeah, everyone thought Tropical Freeze was going to be crap. Nowadays, I usually hear it listed as one of the best platformers ever made. Like, amongst platformer fans. Okay, let's see what this one is. I just want to see. I just want to see. Because we've got 2 more levels of hell. Oh. This stage. Okay. I disagree with that, but sure. This song really does sound straight out of Metroid Prime, doesn't it? Not a bad way. Yeah, what's funny is when this came out was, excuse me, when Tropical Freeze came out, I remember a lot of people were like, ugh, give us another Metroid. And now it's more like, where the hell's our latest Donkey Kong game? Like, until Bonanza was announced, there was a lot of outcry in circles I frequent about where the hell our next Donkey Kong game was. Oh, I thought I was gonna get ledge, like, chopped there or something. At your leisure, game. Wasn't too bad, actually. And yeah, Freeze came out on the Wii U. Now, that level was kind of alright. Holy crap. It's our first level positive for World 8. No joke. Alright. Now, I'm probably going to save this for tomorrow, because if there's one thing everyone wants to see, it's me dying over and over and over and over and over on a lava level. If this is the level I think it is. Okay, I've already missed the K. It's gone now. That's just over. That's our life. Yeah, this is it. This is it. So this is our other big stuck level. We were stuck here for a very long time when we did this. There's no real predicting where the platforms are going to be, right? And they pop based on a timer that's based on how far the lava has raised. Which means there's no real skipping it either. Like, there's no skipping ahead in the strictest sense of the word. So, yeah. We'll do that. Well, yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. I gotta pull the plug at some point. So for now, I'm gonna go back, double check my notes, gotta do my initial audit. And I'll see you next time. And then I'm gonna watch Winx Club.